All right, everyone, thank you for joining us on the broadcast today here. Let's go ahead and I'll get the radar up and off the loop. And we're going to talk a little bit about thunderstorms coming in. And I will just say that we have myself, meteorologist Chase Bowman in the house. Chase, go ahead and say hi. You're up.
Hey, everybody.
Yeah, and we're going to be with you here tracking thunderstorms as we go throughout the evening. So there is very clearly one storm of interest. You can see it on Chase's map. Mine's going to come up here just shortly, and it's in northwest Missouri. It is tornado warned, and that is about ready to cross over into Iowa just off our southwestern coverage area. So Taylor County is downstream from this one. Right now it is impacting Atchison and Nottoway counties in northwest Missouri. This is the storm to watch. Wouldn't you say so, Chase?
Yeah, this one slowed down and started favoring a right turn. Good classic sign for us to start seeing some strengthening. All the properties of this really starting to show off. Now it's really starting to get in the middle of this tornado warning. So keeping our eyes on it with that right turn still kind of holding steady. Probably going to stay, I would just say, south of Clarinda, getting into Bedford County if we can see it hold on to that strength. This does have a history of some storm reports as well. We've gotten a fair amount of 1 inch to maybe 2 inch sized hail down towards that extreme northwestern corner of Missouri. So still holding kind of a similar feel to what we saw with those storms yesterday, but ultimately still just south of those of us in southwestern Iowa. So eyes on it for now. Not a cause for alarm, at least not yet.
Yeah, and I think what we need to do here is watch these discrete storms that are kind of out in the warm sector for today. And this is very similar to, say, what it was yesterday. And just briefly here, I am actually going to go over to the Cape, and what I want to do is show you where that surface-based thunderstorm energy is at the moment. In case you're wondering that, down in the bottom right, that's meteorologist Joe Farrell, who is out in the Local 5 storm tracker. He is heading towards this severe thunderstorm. Right now, I believe he is heading towards Mount Air on Highway 2. But the thunderstorm energy, well, it is still not surface-based in southern Iowa, but that warm front is lifting northwards. And so what we're going to see here is this bit of energy slip up into the southern tiers of counties overall here over the next couple of hours. I think Highway 34 is going to be about the extent of it. So as we continue to watch this, it's southern Iowa. Once again, Des Moines Metro, I think you're on the outside looking in when it comes to a tornadic threat for today, but I do think some storms packing some gusty wind and some hail will remain possible. Chase?
Yeah, we're going to stay focused on the triple point for this whole setup. That has really just been the focus for at least the best development out of this. We've already gotten some rainfall through the metro, though. A few storms passing through. Well, maybe a stretch to call these storms, but everything we see up towards like Des Moines and up through Ames, that line probably has some thunder and lightning within it. Not as much of a concern. Of course, that is still the slight risk region. Got to keep our eyes on it, but still, focus stays down towards the south. Now starting to pick up on some radar indicated hail about the size of 1.5 inches. So growing in size, it's one of the hazards. Looking at this, more of like ping pong ball sized hail, still has a lot of overall organization, but with everything still being fairly elevated, holding out on anything major from that just yet. But tornado warning, that's in place, I believe, until 4:15, maybe 4:30.
Okay.
If I remember correctly.
Yeah, I haven't been watching the details on it too closely since it's not quite in the coverage area, but that storm is getting closer to Taylor County. Totally. And this is going to be the one to watch. It's isolated. It's all by itself. It's in the free and clear. And as we go back to the Cape, remember that placement on where that storm is.
Yeah, it's only moving at 30 miles per hour, so it's already moving fairly slowly compared to what we were seeing yesterday.
Yeah, it's at the triple point right now. So that is the most concerning place you can look for when it comes to tornadic potential. So that's the one storm, and we're going to be watching it here. Anything up towards Des Moines, that is largely at best producing pea-sized hail, and that's just because it's so cool. today. We don't really have the favorable setup in place for severe weather in central Iowa just yet, but it is nosing in from the south. Chase, looks like you're going to kind of, sorry, it looked like you were getting ready to track and see where these storms were.
Oh, yeah, we can throw that up real quick. That doesn't take much. Moving
I'll pull you up. You can take it.
I'm only at about 30 miles per hour, so not looking at anything, just screaming through here, but still getting to areas like Atchison here in the next just few minutes. Hopkins around 420, Bedford 432, Sharpsburg. So as mentioned, still moving at a fairly slow pace relative to storms, but still close enough to where we've got to have some concern as this does start to really try to flirt with getting into the southern counties of Iowa, especially around Bedford County. The storm is still holding. It's really holding on to its strength quite well.
Yeah, it is, and I'd expect it to until something else maybe disturbs it or it overruns that warm front and becomes elevated. This will be the one to watch, so heads up across Taylor County and Bedford overall, that tornado warning until 4:15. Not much else of interest into southern Iowa at the moment. Chase, can you take it for a second?
Yeah, so this is a storm we saw get warned fairly early on, so just keeping our eyes on it at the moment. Everything is still radar indicated. The only reports we have are for inch to inch and a half sized hail, which of course is of concern, but not near as large as what we are looking at for if this were to tap into at least that warmer sector of air. But still, it is getting closer to the edge of its warning boxes, seeing the backside trimmed out, but of course no extension just yet. Now, with this only moving at around 30 miles per hour, it is still kind of drifting a little more easterly than it is moving to the north. And it's still, everything out in front of it doesn't have a whole lot happening, meaning it's got fresh energy, it's got everything ready for it to just continue on this strong path. Now, in terms of its storm relative velocity, that of course being the main thing when we look at getting anything in terms of rotation, it's still there. There's still a fairly broad area, but at the same time, you can get a little bit closer right here just south of 136. These are the things we're going to be looking for today, just these regions of where the reds and greens start to blend together. That's a perfect sign of seeing rotation. Now, currently not the strongest and obviously not the tightest, but still an area of concern. This is why we have the warning out down to the south. But at last couple of scans, we really haven't seen a whole lot of improvement with that just yet. But keep in mind, our tornado watch is just for these southern counties in Iowa. This extends much further south into Missouri, but we already have that one storm that's kind of already flirting with that Iowa state line, probably looking at getting into Iowa here probably in the next 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, I would agree to that. And so much surrounds the warm front with this, Chase. Thanks. I was getting those streams up on my computer so I can monitor. That warm front still is in northern Missouri. I'll go ahead and just kind of draw a line. It's going to be pink, but where this warm front is about right here. Let me show you in the satellite and radar. And you can see that there has been some bits of clearing over southern Iowa. The temperatures have tried to warm a little bit. If there's going to be a robust tornado risk here, that warm front has to lift a little bit further north. Now, I drew up pink, but that's about where that warm front is at the moment, and it needs to lift a little bit further north. Now, it may not get into Taylor County, but eventually this rightmost side should swing up into southern Iowa. And as we look at the severe weather outlook today, that's why it's a little bit more pronounced as you move your way further to the east versus southwestern Iowa. As for that warm front movement, it's not quite here just yet. I think if we see the storm take a right-hand turn, Chase, that's when we know it could drop something down, maybe something tornadic. It bites into that updraft, I like to say, and it really starts ripping and engine churning, and that's what we're looking at.
Yeah, because everything else about this is pretty textbook. Just kind of a good classic storm that just hasn't really reached its full potential to an extent. Now, where do we have Joe right now? You can see that rain shaft out in the distance, but overall, it looks like a fairly calm setup outside to an extent, of course, as he continues to head southward.
Yeah.
Very similar look to what we got.
I just saw the highway shield. He's on Highway 2, and he's going west at the moment. So,
okay. But cloudy sky, had some light rainfall in places. This whole system's really going to have to depend on that warm front lifting.
Yeah. So Joe and our chief photojournalist Don Smith is out in the storm tracker helping us out today. We also have other storm spotters as well that we will rely on should we need to. But Joe's saying he's about 15 minutes outside of Mount Air. So he's still a decent little ways away from the cell. We're not expecting him to dip down into Missouri or anything, maybe getting a little bit closer into Taylor County before this one continues. So there's Joe's stream, full stream, and he's working his way over. Sometimes in these rural areas, though, as you see here, you start losing your connectivity just a little bit. That tends to happen sometimes, and we'll continue to watch it as we always do. Okay, so I'm back running on my radar right now. I'll go ahead and bring me back up too as well so you can get a look at me as well. Here's that rotation. It's east of Tarkio on US 136. It does appear to be pretty broad at the moment. If we're taking a look at the rotation with this one second while I find that. Is going to pop up, and you'll start to see these darker blues, and right now it's pretty weak. It was stronger. This is right when they issued that tornado warning when it was southeast of Tarkio, and it's since kind of broadened out a little bit, so that shear isn't quite as extreme from pixel to pixel, and we're really looking for that. But there is certainly a nice little kidney bean associated with this. Burlington, Missouri, Burlington Junction, it looks like. Those two areas, or I should say that area, close to Nottoway, Dawsonville. So anyone in the red shading should be seeking shelter, just in case we happen to have anyone on the stream with us from that area. This is a radar-indicated tornado, and so far nothing reaching the ground that has been indicated, but this is the storm to watch, and it's going to be right at that triple point. We'll be interested to see, Chase, if it's going to maybe outrun and get into the cold sector, because if that happens, it should fall apart, I would think.
Yeah, it's still trying to hold on to what life it has left within it. We haven't seen any word of this warning being extended, but we have seen the back sides of this really trimmed out. I would imagine the severe thunderstorm warning will be the next to trim out. Both of these warnings expire here in the next 6 minutes. Now, with us still kind of watching that rotation couple, and they're really not getting a lot of real good concern. These are still putting down hail. We've seen a few hail reports of about 1 inch to 1.5 inches. Radar indicated at this moment just under 1 inch of hail. So it's still, there's still some concern with this, just because we're not talking about this tornado warning maybe holding on. This still is a fairly powerful storm. It's got that good classic look on radar. Still moving at about 35 miles per hour to the northeast, noticing that it is continuing on that northeastern path and not really getting that eastern rip just yet, which would make it a right turner. But it's still putting down some good rainfall rates. Let me pause this a little bit. This is a little
fast.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Tweak my settings just a little bit. But another thing of note, all this rainfall out on the leading edge, this is going to start using up some of that bit of energy that we were able to build up. Now, as it gets further east, this was an area of looking at Osceola and further east. Those are all spots that got a bit of sunshine today. And that could be a difference maker for any storms that can get a little far out there.
Yeah, I think the watch is appropriate, that tornado watch that goes through 10 o'clock.
Yeah, if you're just joining us, this tornado watch is just for the southern 2 rows of counties in Iowa, at least for our concern. Of course, it extends much further south into Missouri.
Yeah, and the one storm we're watching right now is down into northwest Missouri. So the tornado watch does extend in Iowa. No storms that are tornadic at this point, but just off to the southeastern edge. And I've been watching this one, Chase. It looks like it keeps trying to push maybe a little bit more eastward, like it's riding right along that front. So that would certainly help Taylor County out, but as that front continues to lift north, then we'd be looking out closer to towards Mount Air and Leon, Decatur County, Ringgold County for the highest chance of impact there.
And as it continues to get further eastward, we're seeing the surface winds have more of a southeasterly component than more of a due easterly component. So another situation for it to tap into. Dew points based on surface maps are a little higher out that way, meaning it's got a little better latent heat to work with. Good more energy buildup for these storms to just eat up and continue on this path that they're moving. But still, at this point, we're just kind of waiting for this warning to expire to see what happens next. We've got 3 minutes left on it. All they've done is trim the backside of it. Still no new reports coming out of this just yet.
Yeah, are you following the National Weather Service out of Kansas City at all? Or this might even be Omaha area. I'm not quite sure, actually.
I believe that would be Kansas City.
Yeah.
Pull it up real quick.
I just have Des Moines up at the moment, and we're kind of talking about this storm and how it evolves, and all eyes are on that warm front. And you do see it now popping up on screen, a new severe thunderstorm warning.
They start overlapping these, and it gets a little messy. So next couple minutes, this will all clean up.
Right, exactly. I'm actually going to take the auto query off here, and I'll go ahead and manually sample it.
Yeah, so this
that new warning off to the east is going to be for cities including Atchison, Burlington, Junction, Hopkins, and Nottoway. This goes until 5 o'clock. Counties included on this, northern Nottoway and in northwestern Missouri. So this lasts until 5 o'clock. Okay, so you notice how the polygons have kind of turned a little bit less northerly.
Yeah,
they're pointing more to the east.
Drawing it right up to the state line and holding there, which holds accurate at this moment, at least with the way these are moving.
Yeah. So into Taylor County, we're likely going to be seeing some heavier rain move into view here soon. I think that tornadic potential is going to be staying just to the south for now. Looks like it's turning into that updraft. There has been some big hail too, and I think we've seen up to golf ball sized hail with this one when it was back in the past. Look at the hail size here. Once we're getting into those blues, it spikes up back towards Fairfax. It was even more, and I think that's when we got that golf ball report. Yeah, indeed, that's about where it was. So now the hail signature is not quite as strong. And I'll tell you, it's not mutually exclusive, but if you start to see a weakening in the hail core, you start seeing a weakening in the thunderstorm sometimes. So hopefully that's a trend that can keep up. Lightning as well is sometimes a good indicator. There's some decent rotation there. It's not overly strong, but there certainly is some rotation.
Yeah, they expired the warning at 4:13, and then we have an emergency manager reporting that a spotter reported a rain-wrapped rotation at 71 and 130th near Clearmont. So it still has some of those. It still has some life to it, but just not enough. Even its look on radar is just not that impressive anymore.
Yeah. If it continues to turn east, though, that's favorable for it. It could re-intensify. That is certainly possible. Sometimes lightning is a good indicator of being a strong, severe storm. And you see, certainly...
Turn the lightning on real fast.
Yeah, certainly...
Oh, yeah.
You can see...
It's got some good life in it.
Better clustering in that storm versus some others. Chase has it up nice and close. I'll pull him up so you can see it. The more lightning you see, typically, there's been studies shown, the stronger the storm is going to be. Yeah,
and it's right in that central region as well, which is always beneficial for the storm's life, at least. Now, still, its movement is kind of holding that same track with this reflectivity really showing a lot thinner base. Let me turn the lightning off real quick. See how thin it's getting, which is giving it more of a wind threat. This central section could start bowing out because that was a new hazard that they've started mentioning, was that risk of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. No reports out of it just yet, but the wind, of course, is the highest threat chance that we have seen, at least when forecasting this all morning and covering it. Still have that chance for these strong to damaging wind gusts coming out of it. But this still, the lone storm giving us any kind of strength or issues at this current moment. Slowly starting to get into, seeing the northern edge start to get into Iowa, starting to get into Bedford County. That'll come down to the Weather Service offices getting an agreement on putting a warning out a little further north.
Yeah, absolutely, especially that hail core. It wouldn't surprise me if we saw one pop into view. Live look at the Local 5 storm tracker. I'm not exactly sure where Joe is at the moment. Still appears like he may be moving towards the west at this juncture. I am so sorry. That is not. That was not Joe. I hit the wrong one. This is Joe as he's out there. So he is definitely heading west at the moment. The other one was actually One of our storm chasers, I believe he's down in Missouri, so that's an errant punch on my part. So this is Joe, and we got him out there heading to the west towards Mount Ayr. And I think he's just going to park it there for a little while, and we'll continue to monitor things as this one moves in, because it's definitely turned to the right just a little bit. I'll come back into the velocity picture for you, get a view. Still some broad rotation, but it's not right into the main inflow of the storm now. This is kind of moving inward, away from the edge of the storm. So this is going to be a kind of a storm level rotation at the moment. Up into the hail core that would be driving that. So no tornado warning at the moment. Severe thunderstorm warning running just below the Missouri and Iowa state line.
Do have some decent buildup off towards the west in Nebraska, starting to try to showing those early signs of being QLCS, maybe even getting linear here in the next couple of hours.
Yeah, I agree. That's going to be kind of a secondary band.
Yeah, that'll be our grand finale, as I've been calling it.
It will be, and it's going to be circling around here. And ultimately, and we saw this yesterday a little bit, ultimately catch all those discrete cells out in front, because this stuff will be moving faster. Now, what's going to catch that one severe thunderstorm is actually going to be back here. There'd be that activity south of Beatrice, but it would continue. Individual storms are moving north and east, but the overall extent of the line is going to progress west to east, really through about 10 o'clock through southern Iowa. So this is going to be a little bit of a longer duration type evening of severe weather. Our target area is narrower, at least for as it pertains to the local 5 coverage area in southern Iowa. Yesterday, we were kind of looking at that expanse up to about I-80. Today, it's about half that size. We're only going to take it to about US 34. So the southern tiers of counties at the moment, I think that's where it's going to be at for today.
And the way this is starting to shape out, probably right along the Iowa-Missouri state line. Not to say that we won't see anything in the second row of counties along 34, but
yeah,
everything kind of, the warm front, the way it's laid out, the way the cold front's kind of still sitting way off to the west, it will be a state line situation.
At this point, that warm front has been struggling to lift northward. I would say if I was looking at the forecast last night at this point, I would have expected the warm front to already be into Iowa.
Yeah, even earlier.
And getting closer to Highway 34, Chase.
Yeah, this is crossing 34 right around, I would call it like 1 to 2 p.m. when we were looking at it at 3 or 4 this morning. So a little bit slower movement from that. The low pressure did take its sweet time getting over here, so the slower movement isn't all that a surprise. But our cold front also still kind of just riding along the river between Missouri and Nebraska, so not really having a concern for that just yet. But we are seeing a lot more storm activity get a little further north into Iowa at this point. That bottom side of this storm really starting to fizzle out.
Look at the storm tracker as Joe's getting closer to Mount Ayr. This is the only storm of interest, and I'm showing you the hail kind of as it approaches Atchison, about 5-6 miles south of the Iowa-Missouri line. And it's not all too much here. This storm is not near as impressive as it was, say, 20 minutes ago. The hail size being estimated from our radar software is up to about the size of a penny being possible there, and it was larger in the past. We did certainly hear of some reports of hail up to golf ball size, and of course it was tornadic, so it looks like this one might be starting to move maybe just a little bit north of the warm front. We're kind of at that point where we switch between radar sites where we have been using the Omaha radar and now to Des Moines, and neither look to be the most impressive looking at the moment. I'll go back to the velocity picture. There's rotation. Back it up. Actually, it looks a little bit better now in this last scan that had the previous couple. Don't you think, Chase?
Oh, yeah, that looks... Oh, yeah, right around Clearmont in Atchison.
Yeah.
That's got some good life to it. I wouldn't label this as like for me, not like a tight rotation, but a good broad section to kind of give it a little more cycle life.
They're toying with us in the booth.
Okay, I was wondering the same thing. I was like, everything just went quiet.
So as I was going to say, you kind of want to see this rotation be bright and tight. I like to say that a lot. So bright, we have the two bright green and red areas, but tight right next to each other. We'd like to see now, not that we'd actually like to, but if we're looking for a tornadic threat, they would be right next to each other. So we have bright, we just do not have tight. We're getting another sample in here, and it looks like it might be trying to tighten up just a little bit. A new report of 1-inch hail coming in northwest of Atchison. So that's a new report. Perhaps this thing's trying to dial it back up a little bit here, Chase.
You just needed a reset.
And sometimes that's what it takes, it recycles. And also, now that circulation is starting to get...
tornado warning for it now that does get right along the state line.
Yeah.
Right as you called it out.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to be going here for Des Moines. No mention from them yet.
Not yet.
Production in the booth, just be ready. You know, we're probably closer to going on air. What I was going to say here, I'm going to take back over here, Chase, is it can recycle. So now that heart of that circulation is up by Atchison, we're starting to see the development once again back to the south and west. So we'd also be watching into that general area where that arrow was for maybe another circulation to take over. So storms do recycle like that. This one is getting pretty deep within the thunderstorm. So if there is a tornado, it's most certainly rain wrapped. But the inflow to the storm is right here and feeding that little bit of a couplet. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm just looking off screen at the rotational component. Let me go ahead and pull that up as well. And it has peaked up here in the last couple of scans. Sometimes this data gets to us just a little bit later. We're not necessarily relying on this to pinpoint our tornadic threat. Usually we see this before it goes up. But in that next scan, I bet you we start seeing a little bit more of that dark blue or maybe even some of that cyan popping in. But that just kind of shows you where the shear is, where it's rotating around. So heads up there in southwestern Taylor County, southwest of Bedford. Not officially in a tornado warning, but if we didn't have the change of National Weather Service offices, no doubt that would likely extend further in. So that threat just starting to cross the state line, it looks like, at this point, as we go back to the velocity picture here.
Yeah, getting very close on that northern side of...
I just lost my data, sir. Did you?
I have too. Yeah, mine's been blinking in and out.
Okay.
There we go.
Yep. We got it now. So brighter, tighter, now it's starting to broaden out just a little bit. And sometimes that's all it takes is you just get that one scan that hints at it and you can drop out something brief.
Yeah, I would imagine they're going to put a warning out for Taylor here.
Well, probably something of some sort.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess,
Chat's still
right?
fairly quiet. They're not mentioning. I mean, they've acknowledged that there is this storm that has a new tornado warning, but no mention of drawing up a polygon just yet. Still have this good pocket of rotation, just in that weird radar hole spot where we're getting a lot of the upper level stuff, no matter how low we put the scans.
Yeah, I think I was having a little bit of a better look at Omaha. If you want to slide it over just a touch.
Yeah, it does
there
give a
go.
better picture.
Just a little bit better there overall. Looks like, and I'm going to pull Joe up here. Looks like he's camping out in Mount Hare, just kind of waiting, see what happens.
There it is. There's a new warning.
Did it come in?
It's a thunderstorm warning.
Okay. All right, so we'll keep it right here on the stream for us. And what we have going on right now, excuse me.
We can get it to show up. There we go.
Severe thunderstorm warning, I'll go over those new details with you. That is for Page County. It does not include Taylor County. 1-inch diameter hail, 60 mile per hour wind, and that tag of being tornado possible. So I would agree. And the reason for that is, that last scan, it kind of broadened back out again. So they're kind of saying, hey, wait, it may be trying to weaken a little bit. We're just crossing over. This is a triple point, not only of the system, but a triple point of National Weather Service offices. So we all have different people issuing warnings for these 3 different areas between Taylor, Page County, and for the life of me, I apologize. I can't remember what county is just across the border down into Missouri. But, we have 3 different offices right now.
That is Nottoway
warning
County.
on this. What's that?
Nottoway County.
Nottoway County.
Yeah.
Okay, so here is the latest velocity scan. It's still holding some decent circulation. It's just broadened out at the present, and right now that rotation is going around at about 4 or 5 miles overhead. So I doubt you even see it because this would be rain-wrapped circulation. But if you could see it, it'd be a big broad spin above your head. And what becomes concerning is when it starts tightening up into that tighter spin. So north of Clearmont, there is some hail being reported up to 1 inch in diameter. So that's also kind of a secondary concern. And I tell you what, yesterday, actually, I received a picture, Chase, of someone who had been hit by some of those large hailstones in Ottumwa, and it left some pretty big welts on their back.
Oh, they got physically hit.
Yeah, they got hit by those hailstones. So
that is easily some of the most. Anytime you see reports of hail, no matter the size, don't risk it. Just go inside.
Yeah,
get under cover. It's not worth it.
Absolutely, definitely not. So what you're looking at, the hail size here on the screen, being estimated 0.6 by our radar software. And I'm going to look just off screen here and see what we're also using some radar software just off screen as well. And it's saying just a hair over an inch, so it looks like probably somewhere in between in both of these. Still some rotation starting to track up into Page County now. That's where that is. I'll go back to the rotation here and take a look. There it is. It's now into Iowa, but it's broadened out. Chase?
Mm-hmm. No talk of getting a warning to Iowa just yet. But we can't just rule this one out by any means. We've got this storm particularly has been kind of cycling through strength and starting to weaken a little bit. But even down south of Atchison, you can see another kind of pocket trying to develop. So we've got a couple of areas rotating that I wouldn't say are concerned, but kind of give a thought of life to this storm, and it's not willing to give up just yet. As we mentioned, the polygons are going to get I don't want to say messy, but very interesting looking just because of the difference between Weather Service offices. Even this one we have for Page County, that one's probably going to expire here in the next probably 15 to 30 minutes, and maybe seeing this tornado warning extended a little further extended into Bedford County, because we still have the rotation signature on it. It's just broadened out, which takes a little less emphasis off of us being concerned of it actually dropping something or even producing a funnel cloud at this point.
Yeah, some kind of warning, I think, Chase, is probably going to be on the way. Bringing up the velocity signal for you so you can get a look. It's still pretty broad at this point. As it pushes to the north and east at about, where did it all go? It's going to fill back in with data, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Need to wait for the beam to come around. It's moving to the northeast at about 30 miles per hour, probably now east-northeast is the direction this one is kind of taking. Actually, that looks horrid now compared to what it was. So that's good news. It's starting to get in that colder sector. Would you stop it? All right, there we go.
It's on my end as well.
So this is northeast at about 30 miles per hour. Notice it has more of a northerly component on things now, Chase.
Yeah. It's also starting to pick up in speed, it seems like.
Yeah.
You know, it was when we first started tracking it, this was still at around 30 miles per hour. Picking up to around 40, I think, at this point.
Yeah, so things are it's off the updraft, and I would expect it to weaken overall. The way things are going, and this has really been the only interesting storm for us to note as of this point.
They have now put out a severe thunderstorm warning for Taylor County.
All right, go ahead and take the top of those details, please.
Yeah, until 5:15 p.m. Still radar indicated, looking at quarter-sized hail. So they've really even started to drop off even that overall wind threat, making the main concern being that potential for the 3/4 of an inch to full inch of hail, or as mentioned, quarter-sized. So probably going to see the last bit of this warning, this tornado warning in Missouri expire, and that would officially put this storm completely in Iowa. Not ruling it out just yet. It is becoming less structurally visual, becoming more of a blob. So looking at hail cores with that one, and then of course it would all be very rain wrapped. But rotationally, it's still got some life within it, just nothing tight enough to have concern. You know, we still have that western side trying to show some kind of inflow back towards it, but this one little couplet down towards just where you see west or east of Atchison, just not giving us a lot to be concerned with currently.
Yeah, and I've pulled up my my radar, show you all the details around this. 515 Taylor County, and it does have that tornado possible tag. So it's tracking that spin, but the confidence just is not there to say, hey, we don't necessarily think there's a tornado there, but that's the area we're watching. Not that there's no threat, it's just lower than if we had an actual tornado warning. I'm trying to word things so I don't give you a false sense of security. We still have a severe thunderstorm overhead, right? That tornado warning is officially gone now. And let's go back to the velocity signal. And we'll get a chance to take a look at this one, getting some bad data out of Des Moines. Looks like that, yeah, that couplet is really quite messy. If anything, I'd be watching down southeast of Atchison, maybe something new trying to pop up there as this storm recycles. And that would be the area, honestly, I would think to watch with this storm right here. New updraft, can it spin around on itself? And it's better positioned in the warm sector of air as we show you the energy. Okay, that warm front is not into Taylor County yet. So we're seeing the storm elevate, is what we call, quite literally rising in the atmosphere, and it cuts off that feed from the warm, moist air from below, and essentially it just kind of starves the stuff. Now, these storms can survive elevated, but when that happens, you start losing a lot of the tornado risk that we're really watching with these storms that are forming near the warm front. So watching that southern edge, anything that tries to get going out into this general vicinity, that's really where we're going to want to watch things overall.
Yeah, and the last set of warnings had roughly a 10 to 12 minute gap between them. So easily showing signs of recycling just a touch, potentially. Not putting a guarantee on that by any means. Still seeing the classic 1-inch hail possibility, now showing wind speeds of less than 50 miles per hour. So another positive sign for anybody in Taylor County that we are starting to see this trend downward. That does not mean this is going to die off in any capacity, but it is a good sign as this continues to get a little further into Iowa. Still have that last little southern piece holding on to Missouri, which is going to be closer to the warm front. Not seeing it lift just yet. So with things getting fairly elevated, that's making this overall a bit of mess compared to what it used to be just 30 minutes ago. But still enough with the hail that we got to have the warning still on.
So we do have team coverage, not only our own local 5 storm tracker, but we have our sister station, WQAD, out into southeastern Iowa. If it does venture over that way, we will be taking their feed too if they find anything interesting. But for now, we're just watching this one storm as it moves into Taylor County at the moment, and really just looking at a hail threat. And even still with this warning, it's not looking the best from the original core of the storm. So watch near Atchison, this was about 10 minutes ago. Notice how that hail core kind of went away and a new one formed further to the south of it. And so that one has become dominant. I think we'll continue to see this recycling closer to the warm front as we go on. And honestly here, you start watching this cell that's down south of Burlington Junction. Okay, the evolution of the Cape in the thunderstorm energy in the last 3 hours is still lifting it north. It's just not quite into Iowa yet. Okay, but it will be. So I think that warning that we have is just so appropriately placed today. I'll go ahead and pull up that watch that we have, and in anticipation for that energy to really try to work its way in. I'm not seeing much for rotation. out into Taylor County, Chase?
No, this rotation really isn't giving us much. I don't want to say doesn't give us much concern, but at least a little weaker concern. But just watching the loop, you can see where this really starts to pick up. It even starts to get somewhat of an inflow hook over towards the west, then just straightens back out. So watching for these trends, and it's with this being the first one that has warnings, it gives us an idea of potentially how this could work out as new ones start to form. Now, just south of that, as we mentioned, down towards Burlington Junction, still just a small little spot, but something to watch, especially since nothing is really impeding that southeast flow, and it's still within that warm front sector. It still has all the things for it to at least continue to grow and maybe a bit of size. We've got some more reflectivity down towards Mound City that could start to be gathering as well, a little bit closer to the triple point, and once again, untapped air at this current moment.
We have seen really a lot of rain after taking a break from that for a few weeks, it seems, but this is purely radar estimated rain over the last 48 hours, and there's been some streaks of heavier amounts, 2 to 3 inches, and some of this coming from earlier in the day today, too. So that ground's becoming a little bit more moisture-laden. I don't think we're at anything suggesting an imminent flash flooding risk at this point, but if we do see multiple thunderstorms form over the same area, that becomes increasingly more of a concern. I don't think that's super high on the threat levels for today, but it is something to keep maybe in the back of the minds. Ultimately, though, I think days out, we're looking at kind of a soggy period ahead in the coming days, Chase, and maybe out towards next week, and that works into becoming more of an issue.
Right. I mean, we've been lacking some good rainfall, but we weren't in any drought situation. But one thing we can't take away from this is giving the ground a lot of good saturation. And getting into spring, you want the ground to have a little more capability of soaking in the rainfall. When you've been dry for so long, the rain just hits the ground and just sits there and takes its time soaking in. So we really are building in a good layer to hopefully avoid any kind of potential for flash flooding in the future. Of course, rain chances continue into next week as well, and it, at this moment, doesn't look to have any strong characteristics, but still, a couple of days of rainfall, all you need is a couple of good pockets of rain to come in with that.
Just to our producers in the back, no, we're going to have to do our show live if we don't have any active tornado warnings or anything. So what the plan is I believe digital, and reach out to them. I think they're going to stop this stream. I'm going to keep things going on my personal streams, but we'll just go to some looping radar. But we will have a show coming up here. So by about 4:45 or so, we'll have to get that show prepped and ready and go on air on Local 5. But we'll be back with streaming coverage at points. And definitely if there is any sort of tornado warning that comes out, we will see that back here, the streams, no matter how you're watching. We do appreciate you joining us. Do have a lot of people join us on social media with the coverage today. Also, we are Iowa Plus. Thanks for joining us there. And we're just kind of watching things closely at this point. That southernmost cell, that's if it's going to become severe with the tornadic potential, I think that's where it's going to be. I don't see really anything of concern. There's some storm level circulation, but that's not going to get it done for any tornado potential. I'm not seeing that at this point, Chase.
No, me either. This will just give you a good round of rainfall. Maybe have some small hail within that, because it's still holding a bit of that in terms of that vertically integrated liquid, which essentially just gives us an idea of the hail core. But this one section we've been watching, just now getting into Iowa, it's where the most intense rainfall is, most likely where we're seeing the best hail, if we are seeing any. And then, of course, lightning strikes within that are probably still fairly abundant. But this warning still has, I believe, 19 more minutes. It goes until 5 p.m.
For Taylor County?
Yes.
5:15.
Is it 5:15?
Yeah, it is.
Excuse me. 20-ish more minutes.
Yeah, you're all good. It doesn't even look to be the most intense when it comes down to it for the hail, either in the original portion for which it was warned. Now, there's still a bit of a hail core down there into northern Missouri near Atchison, and that's being suggested up to just a hair over 1 inch in diameter. And looking at the software just off screen here, 1.5 inches, so probably somewhere into the middle. And I think this warning is officially for 1 inch diameter. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is.
So I don't see a wind signature whatsoever. Now, obviously, you have rain rushing to the ground. That can produce some gusty wind naturally, but at least from the storm, it's not looking to be anything too significant. So those winds are really lackluster, and that's why this warning has a tag of less than 50 miles per hour. So maybe something closer to 25, 30, maybe even 35, but not looking at severe level winds with this.
Yeah, kind of your standard, like you were mentioning, rain outflow wind on the leading edge of that one. Kind of shake your trees a little bit, maybe rattle the windows in a very brief moment, but nothing long lasting or concerning.
I agree with that. Yep, I do agree. Well, we're just a couple of minutes away from 4:45. I'm going to get the loop back going, and we'll be back on We Are Iowa Plus and Local 5 if needed. For now, I'll sign off for Chase and myself, and if you're on my personal social media streams, we'll get back to some looping activity for you, and the stream will continue. We'll be back if the need arises. Take care, everyone.
There's that sweet smell again.
Whew.
Slapping you in the face.
I swear it got stronger after the rain started coming down.
It did.
Yes, I can hear you, Simon. Not a problem. Well, we just watched an entire parade of storm chasers pass by us on this one storm, so it's interesting. Gosh darn it. Where in the heck did I put... I know the case is in this vehicle somewhere. Oh my gosh. Right in my lap. What do you know? Okay. Guess we are going in the left ear now. All right, well, let's